Hello, greetings and welcome. My name is Harriet Citadel, Avian Alien Sentinel VTuber, and I have got an echo in my ear. That's why. Okay, that needs to go away. Okay, anyway, trying that again. Hello. hello. Creative chaos has breached into technical chaos, clearly, because I cannot speak while listening to myself speak, so the monitoring messes things up there, but it's fine, it's fine. Citrina, hello, welcome in. Lovely to see you. It has been a morning. Actually, it's been a weird last 2 days, but yes, it's fine. We've just been processing all of the food for the last 2 days. Almost 3 months worth of meat has been prepared over the course of the last 2 days. Some of it is still busy cooking. So it's just been that time of the quarter where the kitchen is mad, and that madness just spills over into every other aspect of life. So it's just been chaos. It's been pure chaos, and we love chaos here, as long as it's within reason and doesn't drive anyone completely up the wall. But it's fine. So that's so awesome. Hey, yeah, it's fun. It's mad, but it's fun. You guys might notice that there is an extra bar on screen at the moment. That was the other part of the chaos of the day, was figuring out how to put that together. That is a funding goal widget in regards to the savings for the replacement graphics tablet. I've got exactly 2 nibs left, and I've got this huge big fuzzy patch that's super scratched up in the middle of my screen, so I'm busy saving up for a replacement. This is only counting money that is in the bank account. It's not counting stuff that is still in the VGen wallet, because until I've delivered commissions and person hasn't decided to cancel out partway through, or any whatever other reason they might have for asking for a refund, until it's in the bank account, it doesn't exist. So that counter is current status towards the replacement hardware, which is desperately necessary, but we will hopefully make it at least until Christmas on what we've currently got. But if we're lucky, we'll be able to get there sooner, because Christmas time shipping is, oof, it gets worse, it gets expensive. But anyway, that is besides the point. We are continuing with the opening screen animation for Citrina here, so it's going to be an interesting one. Last time we left off having had just completed a fair amount of the major character work. So we've still got the hand to do, we've still got the jewelry to do. In the few minutes leading up to the stream, I went hunting for a couple of brushes that would be appropriate for the necklaces. So we will be starting off with the jewelry, then I'll come back to the hand and the orchid and any lighting effects and all of that afterwards. But yes, we are making good progress. And yes, it's just been a wild day. I looked at the mirror a couple minutes before stream, and I discovered that my entire left eye was completely red, which I completely anticipated being the case, because, oh my word, the last while has been a little hectic, but it seems to have partially recovered now. Putting my glasses on seems to have helped somehow. So, yay. Yes, we went brush hunting. I found a couple of good ones, and I think the one I'm going to use in the end is going to be this brush right here. And we are going to go to the body, and we are going to add a group. We're going to call this one necklace chain. Add a layer in it, and we're going to just check the scaling on this. It should be at least close to this. It's not 100% one-to-one the correct brush, but it's at least mostly there. It's mostly there to the model brush. Alternatively, I might actually have to just make one, because I'm actually seeing that that's quite far off the mark. Let's try this one. It's closer, but definitely going to need to be at a much smaller scale. Let's try that at 25. 20. 20. That's the size. That's the size to go for. Or no. Let's try 10. To get the right scale relative. 15. 15. That's the one. That's the size that we're going to go for. Let me hide the hair front. And let me just rename this from necklace chain to necklace. Necklace chain. And let's go convert to a vector layer. Okay. And like that. Okay. And simplify vector line. And control points we've got. Something along those lines. Add a control point. I'm adding a little bit of extra length in here. So that I can actually duplicate this and cut it. For the sake of gluing it in Live 2D. So I'm adding a bit of extra material. So we're going to have a front and a back section to work with. There we go. And now I can comfortably rasterize that. Okay, and duplicate. If I end up passing out in chat, I apologize. I was way too late last night. Don't stress about it, Satrina. I was also up way too late. I think I crawled into bed at about 2:30 this morning. I think courtesy of the mosquito, I probably only fell asleep close to about 4 this morning, and I was up by... Well, I was up the first time at 7, and then the second time at 9. So yes, I understand the sleep is tricksy this day. So I understand, don't worry about it. Let me call this one necklace chain front, and let me call this one necklace chain back. Hide the front one. Over here, we're going to grab up to there and go away, like so. And we're going to grab up to there. And up to there. Okay. So that's the necklace chain back and the necklace chain front. We're going to wait, I made a mistake just now. I need to cut this one at this pearl, not that one. I fell asleep around 4 AM, so it is currently 7:50. Ooh, yeah. I can sympathize with that. Yes. That is also a painful stretch. I can... Oof, that is... If you pass out, I will not hold it against you. I will not hold it against you at all. Because that sounds like a desperate need of sleep right there. Okay. So there we should have a front and a back of that necklace to work with. Great. Now we need the pendant. Still listening though, so if you need me, just let me know. Of course. No stress. No stress. If something pops up, I will definitely call upon you, and we'll see what happens. Alright, so this is going to now require another folder, and this is going to be necklace pendant, and that's going to be necklace feather. Okay, so let's start with this. Very familiar little feather form. And layer up. And let's take this entire thing and just move it slightly that way. There we go. Grab this, pull it down there. Pull this out of the body layer for a second, hide the body for a bit, hide the hair back for a bit, hide the background. There we go. Grab this, clear, and fill. There we go. And over here. Right, now lock opacity, grab this. All right, now here. This is going to require a couple of layerings, so this is going to start with one, two like that, clip down, add, clip. Like that. And one more. There we go. That will do the trick. All right, now we can throw those back together. Over here. Grab that, drop that back in there. So that is our feather. Now I'm going to duplicate this. No. Duplicate the folder. Salutations, how goes the arting? The arting goes. We have just begun for the day, so we are just getting started. Presently working on necklacing over here. Owl feathers being fairly lovely. And yeah, we've just basically only just barely gotten started. So far so good. Looks good as always. Ah, thank you for the vote of confidence. It goes greatly appreciated. I'm making a mistake there. I should not duplicate that yet. First, I need to add another layer, which I'm going to call necklace pearl. Even though it's technically not a pearl, it's okay. How goes Harrier? Sleep deprived, burning eyes, but otherwise okay. Otherwise okay. I had a peek at why my eyes were burning just before I started stream, and I saw that my entire left eye was completely bloodshot, but it's fine. We'll see how long I last today. Hopefully I should be able to make it decently. But yeah, that mosquito last night really threw a spanner in the proverbial works that I did not have in my calculations for how this day was going to fly, so... Sadly. Yeah. I hate the tired eye burning. Yeah, the tired eye burning is awful. It feels like it wants to explode. And that's never a fun feeling. But it's fine, we survive. Well, don't forget to blink, I guess, and I wish thee well. Thank you. I shall try to recall that blinking is in fact a necessary part of optical care. Hold on. I've got eye drops. Let me use those quick. Let me use those real quick. Maybe that'll help. Why is the coffee always gone? That's number one. That's number two. Sorry, I accidentally punched my microphone there. Sorry. Okay. Glasses back on. And we resume. I know sometimes when focusing the automatic nervous system functions aren't quite so auto. Yeah, this is so true. I mean, you don't even want to know how many times I've had to remind myself to breathe because I just forget. Sometimes. Easily for 4 or 5 seconds at a time. Just... Oh wait, I'm supposed to be inhaling. Alright, what I'm also going to do is on these necklace chains, I'm just going to add a clip, a multiply here. Actually, selection area like that, and fill the entire selection area. There we go. And I'm gonna go, and I'm just gonna color tweak this ever so slightly. Okay. Now duplicate that for the back chain as well. And over here, just re-highlight the highlights. Just this little bit of color correction, like so. but I do feel like it needs to come a little bit more to the brown side. So tonal correction, use saturation, luminosity, saturation down, luminosity down, saturation up. Slightly more to the red side. Yes. There we go. That's the one. Copy. Paste. Okay, now that color matches with the rest a bit better. This, however, still slightly off in terms of position, so like that. There we go. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another folder, or no, just a layer. Doesn't need to be a whole folder. And this is going to be choker pendant. And I'm going to copy the necklace pearl, paste it here. Like that. Like that. Okay. And cut off the excess at the bottom. There we go. Save. Hydrate. Forgot to put this visible again. Right. Now, next we've got to do the earrings. And we've also got the owl feathers here. But we've got a very different shape in terms of our earring chain. So we've got a stud, which has a teardrop. And after the teardrop, we've got another pearl and then our feather. Are those moles or is that dirt on my computer? No, those are moles. Okay, I'm going to need to add those in. Okay, I wasn't sure, but I've still got to do the one on her cheek as well, so. Let me just make a note of that so I don't forget. Check the necklace, check the choker pendant. Moles. Cheek. Plus chest. Okay. let's move on to earrings. Okay. So I'm going to make one earring, duplicate it for the other side, and then I'm going to put the one on the other side with a multiply layer so that it can look more shielded by the hair in terms of the lighting. Okay, so another thing that I'm going to need to do is on top of the character, I'm going to add a layer, and this is going to be comp shade backlight. Backlight shade. Choose that, make it a multiply layer. Grab that. Filter blur. Gaussian. Cancel. Filter blur. Gaussian. Okay, right. So now, in front of the face, before the hair front, we're going to add a folder, call this one earring, which consists of feather, earring feather, which has 2 of those, and then the inks layer, which is going to be that color. Hide the hair back, hide that, hide that, hide that. And hide the hair front for a second as well. In the earring inks layer, we're then going to go something like that. There we go. Then over here, grab that color. And over here, grab that color. And over here, we're going to fill. And lock opacity. Grab this. Scale up. grab that. Something like that, probably. Okay, then on the next one up, we've got like that, and like that. Okay, I'm just gonna take this and just tweak the edges down. There we go. Then we're going to need over here first segment. Earring 1. Earring 2. And earring 3. Okay, then over here we're going to go for a fairly large one. And we'll adjust the placements after I've got these rendered. So those 3, we're going to lock opacity. Here, let's add a rough guideline. And show the hair back. Grab that color. And like that. And like that. Okay. So now we go in here. We start working these in. way and up here. Grab this color again. And next one down, make it smaller though. And next one down. Just getting all of the different reflections that will happen in this gold. Okay, then here, mix the orange in. And I'm not liking that. Undo, undo, undo. Okay, never mind that then. And then number 1 up here. Something along those lines. Getting there. Yes. Now, grab that. Next one is going to be here. Like that. Next one is going to be like that. Something along those lines. Not happy with this number one though. Something along these lines. Okay, that'll do. Now here we're gonna grab this one, make this one a glow dodge. Okay, here. And last one here. Like that. Okay, now grab those. Pull you up like that. Grab the feather. Pull you up like that. Alright, now show hair front again. On the hair back. Like that. Alright, now we're going to go duplicate. Move this one behind here. Scale this down to 85. Okay, 85. There we go. To be about there-ish, I think. All right. And now we're going to add a rectangle which we're gonna fill like so. Multiply, and that's gonna be starboard earring shade. And clip that down. There we go. All right. Now, this one we're going to duplicate again, and we're going to merge selected layers, and this is going to be earring port shade, and we're going to lock opacity and fill with this color. So now, if I'm not mistaken, if I do that, we should have a loose thing. Great. Put this on a multiply layer. Check it. We'll now get a shadow from there. Great. Now, save button seems like it is a good idea. Save button seems like it is a good idea. Earrings, check. And all of a sudden I am frozen to the bone again. Throw that on my knees. Hopefully it'll help. Okay. Because I really don't want to put on a jacket because I have not got the guts for fighting with puffy sleeves right now. Maybe throwing it over my knees will help. Okay, so the next thing that needs to happen is going to be the skin details. So, on the body, main, underneath that, add a layer, call it nose. And grab that color. Okay. Now it is 1 on the bust and 2 over there. So that is 1 and 2 and 1 right there. Then on the face, let's go between the nose and the plans. We're going to add mole. Okay. And over here, that lives just about there. No, it's a little high. There. That's where that lives. Save button. Okay, making progress. So, moles, check. Good grief. 1 second, I'm just going to quickly see if I can solve one of my thermal issues to help somewhat. Yeah, I'm not going to escape it. I'm not going to need to put a jacket on. I really don't like sleeves. I'm sick of them now. Roll on summer, please. I am officially sick of sleeves. Bulky sleeves, at the very least. I don't mind a single layer of thin fabric, but this bulk is driving me up the wall. Okay. So, that's that. What I'm not happy with, though, now that I look at it again, is the placement of this thing. That needs to be slightly more that way. Save. Okay. And now we need to do the now we need to do the camera, I think. It's the next thing. Let me just grab that. Copy image. Over here. Create new from clipboard. Now, close that. Let me see if I can find a reference photo at the right angle. Let me see if I can find a reference photo at the right angle so that I can basically images. All of these are viewed from above. Naturally, they would be. Hold up. Let me just see. Assets here. If there is something. Oh my word. I'm going to be incredibly lucky. I think this is actually... Okay, it's not exactly... No, it's not exactly. Yeah, that's not gonna be right. But I can use this one and then just tweak the details. Download. Because the shape is mostly right. Yes, I understand. Downloading. Cool. Just quickly grabbing a 3D camera off of the asset store. It's not 100% accurate, but it's gonna be mostly there. %37 done. 50% done. %62%. 75%. 87%. Successful. Lovely. Okay, minimize that. Come over to... Oh, hold on. Over here. I'm gonna put this in here as well, yeah. And you are going to go into that folder, and you're gonna come out here. There we go. Camera. And that is an asset off of the Clip Studio official profile, so it is an easy to access and actually free piece of hardware to find. So that then gets moved to about there, but it can be a little bit bigger. Let me just check, is there any reference in relation to a human hand in terms of scale? There's a photo, which means that that is approximately the correct size, yes. Okay. That is approximately the correct size. Cool. Now, I'm going to go add a new folder. Call this one camera. Hide the table. Here, we're going to come and we're going to not cast shadows. Okay. And now what we're going to do is we're going to make this slightly less opaque here. Grab our inks brush. And now we're going to convert this into that at this angle. So we're going to use this reference image to convert this default camera into that shape using this angle. Why? Because we can get away with it. So all of the curves to start with. Right, back upright. Okay. There we go. There we go. And upright. And then like that. Okay. Like that. Right. Okay. This is tricksy to get right, but it'll be worth it, I think. Ooh, okay. Getting there, getting there, getting there. All right, and on this side, it's going to have something like that. Okay, let's hide that for a second. That is looking distinctly camera-ish. Okay, great. Now we just add the last couple of details, which is those two buttons. And cam mic. And that, there we go. Okay, so that's going to be our inks layer. And then we've got a full layer. Now here what we're going to do is we're going to grab roughly that color. And we are going to go and fill everything. Layer selection. No. Straight here. Pull this out of the character folder. Hide character. Select outside. Expand by 1. Invert. Cancel. Select outside. Expand by 1. Invert. Fill. Show crop mark. Bring camera in there. Show. 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 Okay. Now we grab that and we start painting this into shape. Inks, what I want to do is I want to take this and I want to make it not quite black, but definitely darker still. That's better. That's better for here. Okay. Then here, like that. Now that we can use. Okay. And here. Let me just see that in a part of my screen that's slightly less scratched up. And bring this up. Okay. I need to unlock that. Add here. Okay. Then grab here. Monster boy, hello, hello. Did you get the mosquito? No, I did not manage to swat said mosquito. I did eventually fall asleep, so at some point he might have gotten into the bug zapper that has not been switched off for more than a year. That hangs next to my bed, so hopefully I will sleep this night. We shall see. How are you? I'm struggling a little bit with the sleep issue, but otherwise I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. The camera looks great, thank you. Now, what I did was I found in the Clip Studio Asset Store their default camera model, which was mostly the right shape for the reference model that I was given. So I used that, traced a little bit, and then edited the trace once I'd got the right shape or position that I wanted. So that was the plan there. And if it seems to have worked, then that is a victory that I shall be grateful for. Like that. There we go. In here, like that. Almost got it. There we go. Now I am going to go here, grab that. All right. And now we start detailing. new layer, add a glow. And yeah. Would help if I were on this brush. There you go. Yeah. Like such. Okay. I'm mostly happy there. Now for some final little refinements to the interior here. Krahazik, welcome in. How are you doing? I'm doing good. That's good news. That's good news. Save button. 2 hours in. 2 hours in. I think it's time for another hydrate. So, everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. Oof. Yep, that works. That works. Okay. Camera is looking believable and still stylistically appropriate. So I'm gonna close that reference because I'm not gonna need it anymore. There we go. Next thing that we're going to need to do is gonna be the glass. And then we can do the hand. Okay. And then after that, we can move on to the orchard in the back. We're making distinct progress. Whew, okay. Sleeves. Ark. Always in the wrong place. I am so done with winter. I am so done with winter. Oh. So, camera. Check. Next, the glass of tea. And that's going to be out here. Add a folder, call this one tea. Oh, I've got a folder called tea already. Whoopsie. And that is supposed to be in front of the camera folder. And the hand is supposed to be in front of the camera folder. So in the tea, we've got the glass. And where is our sketch? Like that. And what we're going to do is we're going to start with we're going to start with a rectangle selection like that, which we are going to fill in an arbitrary color and then rotate. Before we rotate, what we're going to do is we're going to then take another layer and we're going to go an ellipse tool, fill, scale, and raise. Okay. Now that. Like that. And that. Like that. Should behave more or less. Now what I want to do with this ellipse is I want to put a perspective on it. And I want to have the perspective like so. Scale. Keep aspect ratio up. Okay. Grab here, grab the ellipse selection, remove that. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go grab both of these, duplicate, scale, down just a smidge, and like that. Boom. Okay, and that should give us our inner walls of our glass. And if I duplicate it one more time, move that all the way to the top, and move this down a little bit. Grab all of these and lock opacity. You guys, I'm going to fill with a lovely saturated red, like that. These guys I'm going to fill with white. Um, now all of this I'm going to grab. I'm going to rotate it like so. I'm going to drop it down. Like so. Okay. Hide our sketch. Increase opacity to 70. And 80 respectively. Wait, am I being dumb? Potentially, but I'll fix it later if I am. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this, which should be our outside. Now, if I go this and this, I go like that, I should be able to here expand that up. And that should be almost sufficient to denote the edge of this glass. Almost. Okay, now over here, we're just going to carve this a little bit more, make it a little bit more organic feeling. There we go. Over here, grab that, come all the way up here, like so. Grab here, all the way up like that, so. And go add glow. There we go. Now we need to go grab this one. we need to do the same thing roundabout, so add glue like that. Something like so. And now we need to do multiply like that. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to add a bit more green to that. And let's make this normal layer a through layer. There we go. And the character layer needs to be a through layer so that I can see that it's behaving how I want it to. Okay, so this is not 100% yet, but it's getting there. It's getting better. Now let's add a little bit more of that blue again. And then blend. Like so. Okay. Now if I show you guys. And I add a multiply that's clipped to you specifically. And in here, paint in a couple of chunks from which we make a couple of strategic slices. I'm actually not going to clip those down. I'm awake and the camera looks so good. I am so glad. Welcome back to consciousness. I'm not entirely happy with how dark that one is there. Let me just undark that a little bit. And let me go in here and make this one and add glow. And here, this is that one, so let me put this one below there, like that, yes. So this should be now this add glow layer. Yes, okay. I'm going to have to watch the VOD so I can watch you render it, because man, is it so pretty. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I cheated quite significantly with the camera, but it helped. The cheat helped. I found in the Clip Studio Asset Store a camera, an arbitrary camera that had a very similar set of proportions. So between that and the reference sheet or the reference photo you gave me, I was able to get proportions more or less how I wanted. Or the position more or less how I wanted, and then just tweaked the angles to match the correct model. Because I looked at doing it straight, and I thought, if I do it that way, I'm going to do battle with it for 2 hours on just getting the angles on the camera right, and I wasn't sure if I was going to have the mental fortitude for that this day. And if the tools exist and are honest tools that are in existence for speeding up the process in this exact way, then it is a harmless way of saving a little bit of sanity. So Veer, hello, how's it going? Ah, it's going all right, it's going all right. Fighting the urge to fall asleep at my desk, but otherwise doing okay. Making good progress. Cheating on camera angles and attempting to render ice. I know that feeling, yeah. The sleepiness is tricksy. Also, art pretty, yay, thank you, thank you. I see that you just emptied your Editing commission queue. Congrats. Seems like you've been busy. One of these days, I really, really, really want to be able to enlist you for a thing or two, but I'm not sure when or how yet, but I want to. Okay. You have some free time till next week for now. Meanwhile, I'm studying. Ooh. I have to get my driver's license and refuse to pay twice for an exam of any kind. Yeah, that is totally fair. Best of all the best when it comes to the exam license. I do not envy the process. I know it is important, but it's also oof. Tricksy and less than fun. But no, I hope that your studies go well and that you will approach your test with confidence. Is it just the written test, or is the practical on the same day? Or do you have to pass the written test before they'll let you do the prac? Because I know how it works in my country, but I have no idea how it works anywhere else in the world. I got into the school thingy yesterday, so it'll take a while till I do the exam, but I better start the grinding now. Ah, I see, I see. Yeah, driving schools. Oof, that was an era. I had to speed run my driver's license because of the type of work I was trying to get at the time. Only to discover later down the line that I've actually got exactly 0 spatial cognition, so I had to do the prac before I did the written test. Oh my. That's a strange order of operations, but congrats. Wow. Also, I have to do the written exam first, and if I pass, then I get to do the driving one. The problem is that as of today, the waiting list is 2 months. Ow! That... Well, is that 2 months for the written test or for the practical one? Is that 2-month waiting list for the written test or the prac? For the practical. Well, the good news is if you've got 2 months on the waiting list, it means you've got 2 months of supervised practice to make sure that you are completely comfortable actually operating the vehicle. Because here's the thing. Driver's licenses basically make it legal for you to get good at actually operating your vehicle. If you are good at operating a vehicle in the actual how people drive way of driving, before your license, you are going to struggle with all of the exaggerated head turns and everything that they require for your licenses. So maybe not a bad thing to get the license first and then learn how to actually road drive, as what will not get you hurt in practicality, because the sort of driving is different no matter what people say. The sort of driving is totally different. Because all of a sudden you're not sharing the road with a driving instructor, you're sharing the road with a bunch of people who have not spoken with a driving instructor for probably several years. The driver's license is license to learn, I'm gonna say. I do have 15 classes of driving too? Okay. Do you have a family member or a driving friend that can also assist you in some out-of-class practice time? As well? Because that is also incredibly helpful. Because the 15 classes is good for getting the exam readiness, but it's also very, very helpful if you've got a little bit of practice time on your own speed. My brother has a car and he can help? Okay. Yeah. There's nothing like the parking lot practice. Also, I'm not telling my RL friends till I get the license. I want to surprise them. Ah, nice, nice. I hope that they will be pleasantly surprised, and I'm rooting for you. I mean, the license is a big deal, but it's a useful thing, so I'm sure that it'll go well. Okay, I'm almost done with this tea. So now here, what we're going to do is we're going to on top of this, I'm actually going to make this one 80 as well. I'm going to also add glow layer. And this should be this color. No, this color. Like that, yes. And I'm going to go like that, yes. And here, add glow. Like that. Okay, I am now happy with that glass of iced tea. It is looking relatively cold. Should I add a little bit of condensation to that? Maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna add some condensation. So that's going to be white. Make this glass look nice and cold. Linksys, thank you. I really love the drawing. Yay! Whatever your art desires, I'm here for it. Oh, I'm so glad, Sabrina. Oh. Okay. That is looking a little bit more believable. Kind of nervous to start a comic, seriously? Ooh, yes. It is a very big undertaking to start a comic. It is a very, very big undertaking to start a comic. If it's your first one, I would very strongly recommend going for a short story. To just get your bearings on finishing something. Because starting things are easy, finishing them is not so easy. So if you've got a short story that you can draw as your first comic, that immediately helps, like by long and a ways. Because doing a full, long 50 episode plus this was a novel type thing as a first comic is ambitious, and it's very difficult to actually pull through. I know, been there, done that, made that failure several times over. So if you can start with something smaller, it helps. It also helps teach you what you need, build the confidence, get feedback on what you can improve on before you tackle your big dream project. Because if you start your first project as your dream project, oftentimes you're not going to be entirely satisfied with it. And what ends up happening is that self-doubt sets in and all of those horrible things. So going for something small off the bat might not feel like the most fun thing, but you will thank yourself later. You will thank yourself later, probably. Okay. Yeah, now I'm happy with that glass. Now I'm happy with that glass. I'm happy with the camera, I'm happy with the glass, I'm happy with the jewelry. That is what we have progressed with so far. So glass, check. Next is the hand. Now, the hand is going to consist of at least how many layers? I want to have the animation on this kind of with the finger tracing the rim of the glass in a little loop. I think that's what I want to do with it. So how am I going to rig this palm and fingers? How am I going to rig this palm and fingers? What I'm going to do is I'm going to have the pinky, palm, and thumb all on one layer. So I'm going to first create a subfolder in the hand and call this palm. Okay. I used to do a whole lot of these comics a long time ago and just stopped because I really didn't think they were funny at all and just flat out odd. Ah, yeah, if you are going for comedy comics, sometimes it can be a little bit of a hit and miss. It can be a little bit of a hit and miss. It all depends on what you're trying to achieve. Okay. So here, this is going to be straight method. So let's go hide that. Here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just grab that color so that it's a flat color. There we go. I tried to emulate SpongeBob humor. It's kind of difficult. I'm so mesmerized how the creator just pulled that off. Yeah, that is not an easy sort of humor to capture. It's very visual and it's very peculiar. If you've not got a experienced vibe trying to make that sort of visual joke, it can come off a little bit weird. And it's all very context-based. It's all incredibly context-based. Personally, I find that humor is one of those things that do it well and it's great. But if you're not confident in it, as in, can I come up with a side-splitting joke every 5 minutes in every conversation ever, then I'm not entirely sure if that particular brand of humor is the easiest one to write for. It's funny how shows like that are funny, but shows like Family Guy are not even close. Yeah, humor is definitely not an easy topic. I can safely say that it is not my genre of entertainment. I do not really enjoy comedy shows all that much. I actually find them a little bit stressful to watch. So I personally don't really watch comedy shows. I will enjoy the moments of comedy that come out of something more serious. I like witty comedy. I like the silent sort of comedy that comes from timing being just so in an action sequence. I have to be in a very, very specific mood to appreciate a more thoughtless sort of comedy, if I can call it that. Even though I know it's not truly thoughtless, but it's not an easy thing for me to watch. Okay, so Okay, hold on. All right, let's see. Hide that. Come back over to the reference sheet. Grab that color. All right. There we go. Fill. Grab that color. Lock. And that. Okay, now if I show that. All right, that works. Now on top of that goes, this is gonna be a glow dodge, and it's gonna be sort of subtle, like that. There we go. And right. Now when I add the fingers on top of that, that'll do its thing. So the next one is going to be that pinky. And it is going to consist of fill, inks, and the glow dodge. So copy, paste, clear, unlock that opacity, duplicate that, ring, duplicate that, middle, duplicate that, index, duplicate that, thumb. Friendly reminder, water. Thank you, Veer. Greatly appreciated. Water seems like a wonderful idea right at this very moment. Everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption fluid and hydrate. Thank you, Bear. What's the time? I've been going for 3 hours. I wonder if it's okay to beg for coffee. Okay. Do-do-do-do. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Next thumb. No, we're gonna start with the pinky. Or we're gonna start with the thumb. I'll start with the thumb because then it's everything is in the correct scale. So in this case, what's gonna happen is we're gonna have something like that. Okay. Now, what's the nail length here? It is fairly long, actually. So I'm gonna hide the arm for a second. And I'm going to reduce the opacity on the palm so that I can just see what I'm doing. Get yourself a coffee. Yeah, I don't know. Am I on the right? No, I'm not on the right one. Hold up. Transfer down, move you, collapse you, come back up here. I think the household is on... Yeah, we had a cooked lunch, so we're on sandwiches for supper, so I'm gonna need to... see what the rest of the folk are doing. It's funny how you're getting a coffee meanwhile you're drawing tea. Yeah, I'm running on 4 hours sleep, and I've been streaming for almost 3 hours, and I have been awake for almost 12 hours. Okay, so here. Closely the gang rise up, but be careful, yes. We must indeed act with caution, lest we operate heavy machinery and suffer the consequences. How do you think this comic would even work? They're both terrible to each other, but still need each other. That is the fundamental question that all writers face, is how do I get my story to actually work? And that, unfortunately, is something that I cannot tell you. It is something that I cannot tell you. I cannot advise you. You need to figure it out for yourself, because it is your story. And if you can't figure out for what purpose, these two characters are together, you need to maybe reconsider your setting until you find a thing that actually makes sense for whatever it is you're trying to get right. It's a pain, but it's the pain that all writers go through. In the process of ideating what they're actually trying to achieve. Because nonsense for nonsense sake? It might be fun for warm-ups, but not if you're planning on doing anything that you're going to try and take seriously as a project. Yeah, the low sleep gang is very much here in full force this day. Okay. That's first finger in place. Great. Okay. I'm actually going to put the thumb behind the index finger. Okay, so Let's see. Did I do a stupid? Potentially, but not unsalvageably. Use. Okay. So. Brings me back to high school where we used to brag who slept the least. I always want, oh no. I would, in school, go straight to band room for marching band practice. Be at school till 9 p.m. and would still have homework. Oh no! Oh, ow, 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 ow. I'm finding more and more reasons to... No. Schools are insane. Oh man, schools are insane. Just like long nails are also insane. How on earth did I do this without it looking, one, masculine, and two, like a claw? Okay, let me start by doing this. Okay, so the palm needs to be behind the glass. Index finger is going to need to go on a parameter that is going to have, at the edges, it's going to need to change draw order. That's how I'm going to have to handle that. It's going to have to go through on a change draw order. I couldn't do that again, but I did it. Yeah. Yeah. I'm so sorry, my finger on the model are long and spindly. No, hands are generally just always an interesting thing to draw. And feminine hands are pretty, obviously, but it's just now trying to do them justice. Hide the glass. Realistic hands are difficult to draw when you want them to be. Yes. Well, hands in general are one of the most complicated and expressive parts of the entire human anatomy. So they are in general characters of their own. It's just a matter of getting them to not behave in a way that is unflattering. Naruto gestures, yeah. Fan artist's nightmare. Almost as much as a VTuber who's got it hyper detailed design. Just this waterfall of details of every level. That can also be incredibly intimidating. Okay, I think that's about as good as I'm gonna get it. I gotta go now. Take care and have fun. Okay, Veer, thank you so much for dropping by. I really appreciate it. I know the VTubers that are so detailed are crazy. Yeah. It's sometimes a little scary. Like, there are designs that are absolutely gorgeous, but oh my word, I do not want to have to reproduce that on a regular basis. Let me just see. Okay, it's ignorable for now. Okay, now we're gonna go back here. Grab that. Fill. The one VTuber I can think of that would be so hard to draw has animated water hair like fishes and everything. It's crazy. Ah, yes. That does sound kind of hectic. There are a couple of those going around now. The water hair folk. It's very impressive, but unless you have a stylistic shorthand for it, or a stylistic shorthand in terms of how the model was initially designed, I can imagine that being quite a thing to try and replicate. And I'll come back to the nail. Very impressive art. Very impressive, and I'm proud of the riggers because, man, that must have been hard. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I've seen some rigs that is just mind-blowing. And then I think, poor rigger. And then I see some of the breakdowns that these guys do of what actually went into the animation. And it's like, okay, here's a person who had something along the line of 130 parameters just for a tail. Like, it was a mecha tail, and it was an epic mecha tail, but still it was 130 parameters just for a tail. That's dedication. Would have honestly been easier to do in 3D. Probably. I'm always mesmerized how some people manage to draw characters with realistic features, like they make it so scary. Well, I don't know. Realism shouldn't actually be scary. It shouldn't be scary. Because in the end, everyone who's stylized starts off by studying the actual thing, which is the realism. And from there you simplify, like, a lot. Am I going to do it that way? Not quite. Just make this a little bit daintier. Okay. Okay. Okay, yes, that'll work. So now here, clear, 100, merge down. This art is so beautiful, I love it. I am so glad. I am so glad. Eek, wrong layer. Wrong layer. Okay, salvaged. Index, grab you, like that. Whew, that was close. Okay. I'll come back and render these after I've got all of them drawn, I think. So, palm, like that. The ring is gonna be can't believe people are switching to 3D animation rather than 2D animation to make shows. Given certain shifts in the industry, I am not surprised by this. 3D has definitely become an awful lot more accessible. And frankly cheaper to make. So if 3D is cheaper to make, then every investor is always going to go for the cheapest option. That's going to give them a return, regardless of the style. Because that's how showrunners think, is with their wallets. What's going to pay for the next show? Because they're going to cancel after the first season anyhow most of the time. And that is why the entire animation industry is busy fighting right now. well, one of the reasons why the entire animation industry is busy fighting right now. In the West, anyway. I can't speak for the anime industry with the same degree of information, because I honestly do not hear enough from that side of the industry to be able to comment. It's so pretty, I'm obsessed. I'm so glad I get to actually draw it. Yay! No, I am so glad if you are enjoying the process. If you are enjoying the process, then I am a happy camper. Okay, let's see. Alright, now it is just the pinky. Now this one is going to be sort of breaking the pattern, because having established the pattern with these 3 fingers, having the 4th finger break the pattern makes it feel a little bit more organic. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to raise the pinky, like so. Let's see. Not quite. Not that way. That bend is not going to be natural. What is going to be natural is something like that. Yes, that's going to work. So, hide, hide, and new, reduce opacity, hide, here, zoom in, just like that. Full opacity, clear it, merge down, fill, here, close, fill, grab color, fill, show palm. There we go. Grab that color, lock opacity, grab that. Okay. Here we fill, or soften. Just like so. There we go. And here, like that. That works. Okay. Almost there. Next, ring finger. Lock opacity. Okay, then glow dodge. Be right back. I'm gonna grab a yogurt for breakfast. Sounds like a good idea. Sounds like a really good idea. And it would help if I were on the correct layer. There we go. And then same goes for here. Alright. Save button. Hydrate. Everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. Whew. Okay. Hehe. Yes. Hydrates. Now, hide the index, work on the middle. Which firstly and foremostly needs to come in ever so slightly. And here. No. Tolerance. There we go. And lock capacity. There we go. And here. Like so. There we are. So that arm is now behaving like that. Am I happy with the placement on that thumb though? I'm not happy with scaling on that thumb, that's for sure. It's too big. It feels like it wants to be there at the best. So here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna deform and hope for the best. Love the art so far. Thank you very much. Okay, almost there. Please don't break, please don't break, please don't break, please don't break, please don't break. Whew. And again. Alright, it'll be salvageable with minor tweaking. Okay. Getting there. Next, grab that color. Here, that color dodge. Like so. Eek. Not happy yet. And index, yeah. Okay, yeah. I'm not happy with the ring finger. And here, let me see if I can soften this a bit more, because that's also bugging me. Okay, now if I see like that, if I take the hand, grab the whole thing, with appropriate tweaking on deformers, I think that'll work. With appropriate tweaking on deformers, that will work. Save. Maybe more like that, though. Yeah. Save. What I do want to do is I want to add, on top of all of that, I want to add a little sparkle that's going to follow the fingertip as it goes around. So that's going to need up here by the comp multiply. I'm going to include comp glass sparkle trace. I know it's a really long name, but there is method to my madness, probably. Grab this sparkle A, make it white, size no sparkle B. Or is it sparkle A? I want sparkle A. Particle size, particle density. I will rather make my particle too big and then need to pull it down. But yes, I want that sparkle on the edge to follow the contact point of the fingertip. Yes. Add glow. Yes. Save. Comp backlight shade. Add glow. Grab our droplet. Grab our yellow. And go clear that. Not happy with that. Let's bring our particle size down to something like that. Okay. Cut away a couple. Add a few more. Particle size down a bit more. Cut out a bit. Okay, filter, blur, Gaussian, 50. I like how the splatters look lemon-like. I know, it's one of my favorite features of this brush, is how the splatters look lemony. Now I'm just adding a couple of different layers of the splats for our dappled light, specifically so that we get the sense of having different distances of shadow traveling between the trees. So some edges will be harder than others. So now if I clip that down, through to normal temporarily, and bring that add glow down to, say, 30. we start to get a bit of a dappled light effect, which we can then move around with the trees as the trees wave. I'm gonna try practice to do Art This Magnificent. If it's inspiring you to make the cool stuff, then I am a happy camper. Yeah. And then we'll be able to get a little bit of that moving dappled light from trees. Goals. Was that? Without that shadow, first, it's a little bit overpowering. So you need that little bit of shadow, but maybe 30 is a little bit shy. 40? 40 might work. 40 might work. Okay, let's see, like that. And with our lighting effects in, which I'm still not 100% sold on how I've handled them yet. Add glow, go for a pure white one, go for a huge airbrush, just do something like that, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. I can refine this later. But we're getting there. We are slowly but certainly getting there. So the light on the table is also going to need to move. Let's just see. Yeah, there's enough wiggle room for that. Okay. So I'm just going to hide that temporarily. And I'm going to hide that temporarily. And I'm going to go comp, care, dapple, light. Ooh, okay. Progress. Huzzah. And now I can say hand check. And now I need to look at more references of lemon trees. More references of lemon trees. Let me go grab a couple of those quickly. In the end, I never asked for coffee. In the end, I never asked for coffee. Okay, and it's already almost supper time, it's fine. New tab. Lemon tree. Before 2020. You have to add that in your search query, otherwise half of what you get is AI. Actually, no, more than half of what you get is AI if you don't include a prior date in your search query. Okay, so let's see. What is lemon tree bark. Okay, here is a better reference for what kind of bark lemon trees have. Okay. Pale, mostly grayish, a little bit of green, a little bit of texture. Okay, so these that I've got in my present placeholder are actually a bit dark. Interesting. Okay. Here go lemon tree orchard. Let's see how the lighting scenario looks underneath, because that will then impact the color choice. Okay, I've got a good one. I've got a good one. This is actually a very good one. It's got just the right copy image. File, create new from clipboard. That gives me the right type of bark. Cancel. Off of which to operate. Okay. So now I hide the character. I hide the table. Now we look. I know that lemon trees tend to be a little bit darker in leaf color. Yeah. And here I've actually also got a fairly decent reference of the size of the leaf relative to the lemon, which is also helpful. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with hiding that and clearing that. Now this is not bad, it's not perfect, but it's not a bad starting point. So we're going to come back over to my where is it? Cloud pencil. Yes. This art is so beautiful. I love it. I am so glad you're enjoying the process. I'm going to make the leaves a little bit more painterly. Especially in the background, and then as we get closer to the foreground, I'm going to just pull out that detail a little bit more. Okay, now I'm going to come over here. And on a new layer so that I don't pick up from layer gone by. There we go. And a little bit of that very bright fresh right on top. Especially around here where we want light to filter in from. So here, filter, blur, Gaussian. Let's make that 10. Filter, blur, Gaussian. Let's make that 20. There we go. Filter, blur, Gaussian, 20. Okay. Here, filter, blur, Gaussian, 20. Okay. That gives us our general shapes. All right, now for our bark, we're going to start by putting it in between layers. And I'm going to grab this darker color first. And the trunks look like they are fairly smooth and straight most of the way, and then they split higher up. I do want to do, though, is just make sure that while I am operating, I am also being mindful to not compromise where our character is being seen. So we're going to have like that. Then on this side, what's going to happen is we're going to go grab that color. And we're going to lock that opacity, and we're going to take a big airbrush and we're going to pull it in from below, because the deeper shadows will be closer to where the shadows are coming from. And then here, something like that. Okay. Now another layer of that, because we will have these multiple stems. Okay, and lock that and grab that color and just shade in a little bit on top. Nothing insane. Now we go here and we add a multiply layer and we grab a fairly coarse brush, just picking one quickly. That ought to do the trick. Listening to Professor Layton music and watching you draw, great to start my day. Ah, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. That's what I've been missing for the last 4 hours. I have not even put anything in my ears. I've been sitting with my headphones on, but I haven't put anything in my ears. Blast it. I knew something was eerily quiet. Again. I keep making this mistake. I've been sitting in silence, and I don't like sitting in silence, but I've been doing it anyway. This is why I can't wait until I finally get my own selection of stream music, because it actually drives me insane. I do not like working in quiet. I actually don't like working with quiet. It feels very eerie when you're alone drawing, yeah. If you need some nice lo-fi stream music, I suggest Stream Cafe. They're nice to listen to. Yeah, I'm very, very picky when it comes to lo-fi, because I find that a lot of the time the tracks are actually too long for the amount of information contained in them. And I actually get annoyed by the loops. Like, if I have to hear the exact same 12 bars 38 times, that's not music anymore, that's noise. I can't. I can't. It's the same reason why I don't listen to trance music. It just... legitimately, that's the entire point of it, is that it's this repetitive stuff, and I can't handle that at all. It drives me insane. And it's like the most popular thing in my part of the world is this ultra repetitive stuff. How would you keep your sanity at that point? Unplug the speaker. That's how I would keep my sanity at that point, is unplug the speaker. Okay, so that is going to be the front group, so I'm going to group that together. And now I'm going to hide it. And now I'm going to add a group further back. Just remove it when you hear the thing play a second time, just immediately pull it off. Yeah, and just... I would rather sit in silence than have something that is too repetitive playing. You're sitting in silence and you hear your fridge making a weird noise. Well, if you hear your fridge making a weird noise, that's already a concern, because if your fridge is making a weird noise, that's a problem. If I'm hearing just normal technology noise, I know that that is just the machine going through its cycle. It doesn't bother me so much. But when I know that something is supposed to be a created sound that is supposed to be for entertainment, and it's not doing that, then no. It kind of loses its luster. Okay, so it's getting there. Let's see. Table. Character. Okay, filter, blur, Gaussian, 150. Okay, lock opacity, grab that color. And like that. There we go. Yes, starting to get there. Okay. Now we can start adding our actual lemons. I'm going to add multiple layers of lemons as well, so let's hide the crop mark. And here, let's go dial that up very loud, very bright, and slightly more that way. There we go. Nope. Lock that opacity. Okay. Pretty, yay! I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Okay. Before I do that last one, I'm actually going to duplicate this layer, pull it back, and go edit, transform, flip horizontal, make it smaller, and do like that. Grab you and move you over there. Grab you and move you over there. Hide you, hide you. Best start in the history of all art. I think that might be a little bit of an oversell. It might be a little bit of an oversell. But I appreciate if you're enjoying it. Okay, now we duplicate this again. Why? Because I'm lazy. But also because then I can do this, okay? Grab that. Grab everything this side. And put you there. And grab the rest of you. that. Unlock. Filter, blur, Gaussian. 20. Okay. Hmm. 40. Here we go. Then these ones. Gaussian blur. 20. Okay. Actually, before that, still painting to do on this one. Okay. There we go. Slowly but certainly, this is starting to layer together properly. Okay. So this one I'm going to call back foliage. I'm going to try and make this comic series. Well, it's going to take some effort, but let's see what you come up with. Good luck. It's a big endeavor to take on. Let me call this one. Actually, am I going to separate the back and front branches? No. So I'm going to flatten those like that. Branches. Mid lemons. Where should I post it? I do not know what will be the appropriate platform for your format. I don't know what your format is going to be. You might experiment a couple of times. Popular platforms are Webtoon, Canvas, and Tapas, but those are by no means the only ones. So check out a couple of different web comic platforms and see which ones will serve you best. I think doing your research on that topic will help. What I would advise is see if you could finish it before you decide to post it. Because the last thing you want to do is set an expectation to have stuff to post, but you've got nothing. Because then your readers will be upset with you. Or if you can't finish it because it's going to be a long thing, then at least have buffer episodes. Like 10 weeks extra of buffer episodes, so that you know you've got that much time to at least come up with some more. Exactly. The last thing you want to do is post an unfinished or something on a cliffhanger. It's not fun as a reader when you come across that. It's like, this thing is cool, I enjoy it a lot, and then boom. It's a cliffhanger and it has not been updated in 4 years. Okay, we've almost got our frontline leaves done. Thank you. Leaves are leafing and I'm loving it. Ah, I'm glad. I'm glad. Okay, so now we lock that and go front leaves Okay. Now we grab a ever so slightly deeper color. Is that it? That'll do. Okay. Okay, now grab a significantly paler color. There we go. There we are, almost there. We are more than halfway through the page. Oh, okay. Now let's grab a particularly bright one and just choose a couple of spots to really elevate. Just that little bit. Okay, that's that. Crop mark on. I feel like these two are a little in the middle of nowhere. And that's a little bit big. All right. Let me see. Is there anything else I need to add still? I'm gonna put this on 40. More than that, and it starts to bleed everything out, which we don't want. Compositing. Let me see. Hold up. If I do that, that looks totally wrong. Compositing is my favorite part. Yeah. It's where all of the things start to really magically come together. I want to add multiply. Just a little bit. Of a shadow. over here. To just pull things a little bit into the scene, a little bit more. That looks stunning. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I'm probably going to do a clipping thing with the eyes so that they kind of glow a little bit. Not really glow, but for all practical purposes. Note for 4-note tweaker, welcome in. Sorry, I'm a little bit dyslexic and I read the note before the 4. I'm so sorry. But welcome in. A pleasure to have you here. Now, let's get this last little bunch of lighting things to work like how I want them to. So, start by emptying that layer and adding a round white gradient on the glow layer. Well, not completely round, but an elliptical glow layer like so. There we go, which I can then take to 10% opacity. 10% is not quite enough. That looks amazing. Thank you. I'm so glad if you're enjoying how it's looking so far. We are not far from being able to take this into Clip Studio, into Live 2D to start rigging this for parameters and animation. We're not far from that stage. This is going to call for a radial ruler that lives up there. And drop that up there. And here, what we're going to do is we're going to make a couple of little god rays that'll come through like that. Okay, filter, blur, Gaussian blur. Let's make that 20. What's a radial router? A ruler. It's one of the tools that we've got that basically, I don't know if you can see the little blue starburst right up there. But basically what it does is if you put one of those down, all of the lines that you draw are going to point towards that ruler. So it makes these little starburst type lines Really useful for if you're doing action shots as well. The radial ruler is one of my best friends. Ruler, different thing. Yes, very different thing. So now I need Clip Studio to not crash on me, please. Clip Studio is not responding. Please respond. Please. Good time to have coffee, because my dad just brought. Yay. Oh, coffee. Yes, coffee. Ooh, this is so necessary. 4.5 hours into stream. Okay. So now I'm going to rename this layer. Hydrate. I'm going to rename this one Starburst Sunlight. And this one I'm going to clear. And I'm going to add, I've got somewhere over here. Got somewhere over here, glimmer. Lens flare 1. Add. Let's go with you. Make you big. Paste you there. Add glow. Lens flare 2. Coffee! Yes. I love that people enjoy it. Yeah. I appreciate the ability to celebrate other people enjoying things. It's nice to be able to let other people enjoy things, I think. And no, normal. We'll see if I use this one. Lens flare 3. I don't think I'll use this one, but I might. We'll see what happens. And same with this one. Bring it all the way up in terms of scale. Paste. Lens flare 4. Yeah. It's healthy being able to be happy for other people's happiness, I think. Oh, okay. Save. I think that is, in fact, all of the layers that I'm going to need. Lens flare, yes. Because I'm going to be animating some lens flare, it's going to come in and out of scene. It's not going to be out all the time. But hopefully it'll work nicely. I love a good lens flare, especially in photography. Look, there's something just spectacular about a lens flare in just the right spot. It's just, beautiful. But yes, we'll see how things animate. We'll see how things animate. Is my... Yeah, I see my bitrate spontaneously dropped into the floorboards. I don't know if it's going to stabilize. It usually does. So, we'll see. Okay. But then I'm going to close these because I'm happy that we've got all of the information that we need in here. And now what we're going to do is we're going to go File, Save As, and we're going to put this in Photoshop format. Yes. Now we're going to delete everything that we do not need. Now we're going to delete everything that we do not need and flatten everything that needs to be flattened, and make sure that everything is named appropriately and doesn't have any spaces in it. As soon as it's done saving in the new file format. You're back, yay. Yeah. This time of night, there's usually an internet dip. Just a little bit. And there I'm back up to full speed. There I'm back up to full strength, OBS says. So we should be okay. We should be okay. Back up to full speed. And then immediately it drops again. That's what you get for talking about it. Okay. So, almost done saving as a Photoshop file. Okay. Almost done saving as a Photoshop file. And then we can do our mass reformatting of our layers. Because we need to compress everything that is not going to be moving independently. Otherwise, I'm just going to have all of the layers. Potato was bored. Welcome in. Hello, hello. Yeah, we should be fine again. We should be fine again. Almost done saving as PSD. Just waiting for the little blue bar to inch its way across my screen. And it is there, it is done. Okay, so now I'm just going to clean up my layers a little bit. Rename crop mask so that it is a single word. There we go. Lighting effects, radial line ruler, I can throw away because I don't need it there. Those don't have any spaces, so I can collapse that. Table, I can now merge all of those together. You just happen to be in my recommendations. Oh my word! I am so glad that the YouTube algorithm is allowing me to be found in that way. That is helpful. That is, yay. That is good to know. That is good to know. Thank you, YouTube algorithm, for having better discoverability than Twitch. I didn't say that. What? Anyway, we are busy compressing layers. So, character. We've got the compositing layers, which don't have any spaces. Yes, the T. Now this has got layers that we need to rename and throw away by long and a ways. So, everything that is hidden is unnecessary. So for a start, be gone with you. For a start, be gone with you. Okay. Now we come over here and we see what is what. So this is rim outer. This is ice highlight. This is ice shade. Surface highlight. Surface. Then this is going to be a drink highlight. This is going to be drink. This is going to be back rim. This is going to be gloss shade. Alright, renamed accordingly, and I can now compress or close that folder. Hand, index, merge selected. Thumb, merge selected. Middle, merge selected. Ring, merge selected. Pinky, merge selected. Palm, merge selected. That was nice and quick. Camera. Delete that. And merge selected. Arm. Merge down. Merge down. What are you? Merge down. Okay. Front ruffle. Merge down. I swear stop motion must be the hardest to animate. I am tempted to agree with that note. Just 1 second, guys. Just 1 second. Okay, so that arm sorted. Now, next, hair front. This is going to be a lot of layers again. So, here we've got a bunch of things to flatten down, so FR1. Okay, so that's you. You've got nothing, you've got nothing. That won't do. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Missed opportunity. Missed opportunity. Okay. FR3. FR2. FR1. So that's our front hair ribbon. Yes. Front hair. FH1. Check. FH2. Merged. Check. Next. Side braid. Merge down, merge down. Side hair 2. Merge down, merge down. Side hair 1. Merge down, merge down. Side hair 1 shade show. I don't think I've got a shade for front hair 1 and front hair 2 yet. I don't. I need to do that. So duplicate. FH1 shade. FH2 shade. Lock opacity. Grab this color. Fill. Fill. Okay, great. Multiply. Okay. Merge down, merge down. Merge down, merge down. Side hair 2 shade show. Multiply. Back bangs. Merge down, merge down, merge down. And merge down. Hair front. Compressed. Okay. Next is the earring. So I just need to join those into the feather. So now the feathers should all be on one. Yes, and with the earring shade as part of that. Cool. Then next one down is gonna be the face, but I'm first gonna just quickly do the hair back 5, which is that one. And then let's quickly have a look at the face. So we've got the face mask, which I'm just going to recolor because otherwise I'm going to probably get confused later. Let me put that in that color so that I know for a fact that it's absolutely not going to be visible. Unless I do black. Because then if I put it on an add layer, then it will be completely invisible. We'll see what happens. Okay, doesn't matter. Then what's this? This is brows lines, so that gets merged to eyebrows. Okay. Eyes, lashes are all as they need to be. Iris, I'm going to merge selected into the iris because those are going to not need to move independently of their subsequent parts. What I will do, however, I will pull the pupil out. Merge selected layers. Clip. Okay. So eyes are sorted. Nose, those are all, okay, the face is actually all in all of the layers that it needs to be, which is all of them. Then this earring, merge the feather, there we go. Body. Main, merge selected. Because all of that needs to be in one section anyway, so all of that is one layer. All of that is now one layer. So, body. Body main. Okay. Then necklace. Merge selected on the necklace pendant. Necklace chain front and back. Check. Choke pendant. Check. Body arm. Then that is our connection between those two sections, which works, so that is fine. And those are named appropriately, great. Then the next is going to be the hair back. We're almost through all of these layers. So, hair back 4, down, hair back 3, down, hair back 2, down, hair back 1, down, hair back ribbon, down. Okay. And that is the character, all of its layers named appropriately and collapsed appropriately. Fantastic. Next is the orchard. We've got orchard sun. Then we've got main feed. I'm going to call this one FG orchard. Okay, and then this is going to be, what is here? Come on, please don't crash, please don't crash. Save button. This is a random question. Do you like lost media? I don't like that media gets lost, but I can't say I've ever particularly gone hunting for any. I can't say I've particularly gone hunting for any. Waiting for a blue line across the screen again. Okay. There's one I think a lot of people get frustrated with. Apparently there's a song someone named Kurt Cobain himself wrote, but no one can find proof, and the person keeps switching the story. Oh, that sounds complicated. Huh, that sounds complicated. Yay, blue bar. Yes, it's almost through. It's almost through. Hitting the save button just seemed like a very, very, very good idea when suddenly the thing stalled and said saving recovery information. Ooh, boy. Okay. Almost there. 99%. Come along. You're on the last pixel. It's your last pixel. There you go. That wasn't so hard, was it? There you go. Okay, so now I'm going to merge that down. So now you are an empty folder and you can go away. So you are also an empty layer and can go away. You guys are done. And you guys can actually get merged to the paper. Okay. I'm happy. We can now hit the save button one last time. Okay, which layer is apparently still got the wrong kind of format in it? Can't be that. Can't be that. Can't be that. Can't be that. Those are all right. That's all right. That's all right. Yeah, no, this thing is just being full of nonsense now. Yeah, no, this is fine, this is right. Yes, save, okay. Now, if I minimize that and I minimize that, I should be able to go to that thing and open it up so long. I should probably consider updating my Live 2D. I'm pretty sure there have been a couple of updates since the last time I have operated it. Okay, so let's see. Thank you. I have just had sandwiches delivered. Thank you very much. And waiting for the last blue line across the screen one more time. And now we'll be able to start pulling this thing in for Live 2D. Sandwich, yes! Sandwich hype! Okay, now we pull our PSD file into Live 2D, like so. And it is loading. Meanwhile, sandwiches! Please excuse me while I mute for a moment. While this thing loads the PSD file. Thank you so much, Citrina, for just helping put that in chat. I appreciate. So I've still got some left, but I suppose I should probably mention this to you guys. So interestingly, it appears that I should probably no, I'm not going to crop anything because I'm scared I might lose data on the outside of the crop. So I am not going to do anything rash on that front. But you might notice that the light looks really, really different and that all of a sudden there are clipping issues. That is totally within the bounds of what I was expecting to happen because none of our glowy layers stayed as glowy layers. But we at least know that they exist and that they are there and that we can do just that. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take those two and we are going to put them as blend mode additive. Boom. And I'm going to hide that layer for now. Table light, also additive. Character, additive. Backshade, multiply, that stayed right. That needs to be additive. Totally normal things happened, yes. Completely 100% normal for Life 2D things happened. Okay, so now everything that has the word highlight on it is going to be switched to additive. Boom. But I see a mistake. I see a mistake. And that is the entirety of this T folder. So I'm going to open up here, open up the clip file parallel to the PSD. And while that is happening, have another bite of a sandwich. What kind of sandwich am I having today? Today I got one slice that was toast with butter and bovril, which was a nice change of pace. And a normal peanut butter and syrup. And another 2 slices. So I've still got 1/2 of the peanut butter and syrup left. So that one I can then leave out. What's this one? And invert selection. Nope, undo. Wait, is this a mistake? Surface highlight. Surface highlight is the one that's a problem, and drink highlight is the one that's a problem. So but those ones are actually going to be clipped down, so I don't actually need to do anything. Wait. I don't actually need to do anything. I don't need to do anything. I just need to go surface, grab the ID, go to surface highlight, and go click to surface. Drink highlight. Going to go grab drink, copy, and clipping ID paste. Sorted. Whew, okay. So that's that. Coffee. Just now I was going to do more work than what was necessary and then smack myself later. So the next thing that's got clipping that needs to be addressed is in the eyes. So firstly and foremostly, find my sclera, copy that, and put that in for the iris, for the pupil, for the sclera shadow, for the eye shine one, I need to hit the enter button, otherwise it doesn't take. Okay, so now those are all clipped. Okay. Now, the next thing that I need is to get the face mask, copy, and go face contour, clip, invert mask. So if I hide that, okay. And if I'm lucky, this will work. If I'm not lucky, I'm not lucky. I need to merge the face contour down because that is... No, what I need to do is grab this, paste, and don't invert. That's how I do that. And then that makes this face mask only relevant for hair. Okay. Okay, and then this we're going to copy into here. Because it needs to be clipped to those. That needs to be an additive. Those are all right. Okay. File, save as. Make sure that we are in the correct commission folder. This is going into Trina's folder, 2024-9, CMO3, save. And while that's saving, sandwich. Okay, Sami's sorted. Coffee. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to simplify a couple of these parameters because some of them I'm going to use and some of them I am not going to use. So to start with, I would actually like to be able to read what these are. because while some of these are reusable, I do actually want to reuse those. So, angle Z, I am not going to use. Angle X and angle Y, however, I am. I am going to link both eyes to the same open and close parameter. Same with a little bit of eyeball movement. I'm going to add there. I'm going to have a little bit of brow movement with the blink, I think. But I don't need that to be on a separate brow parameter. I'm not going to use mouth parameters because we didn't make those layers. I didn't make cheek parameters. Breath is going to have something, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to rename these to edit parameter. This body X is going to be arm X. And edit parameter arm Y, arm Y. Okay, body Z we're not going to use. Breath we're going to use. I'm going to link that little bit of shines movement on the glass with the fingertip. But what I'm also going to do is I'm going to do a disappear in and out on it as well. So I think for a start, that's good. Our next port of call should be to go through our character and make sure that we have deformers on everything that needs to be deformed. So those I'm going to hide because those don't need to be visible. The hand is going to need work. So this, we are going to go manual mesh. And like so. And that should do it. And auto connect. There we go. Was not expecting you to jump straight into Live 2D today. I'm probably not going to go into animating, but while I've still got gas in the tank, I want to get as much of the mesh editing done as possible, I think. Fair enough. Okay. Almost there. Okay. Number next. This is gonna be deformation little. There we go. This one is going to need management. Okay. Actually, what I'm going to now do is I'm going to grab you guys and you guys, copy, and on this side, I'm going to paste. Because those on the outside edge I'm going to use for glue. Okay, now file, save, before I lose progress. Coffee. So that was probably one of the more complicated ones done. Okay. Now, interestingly, a lot of the parts in here, I'm going to be able to operate by just moving around the actual total mesh. I realize that I've actually got another mistake here, because you see, if that was not the same shape, which it was not. What else is not the same shape, which it's supposed to be? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to this layer. Yes, this one. And I'm going to go actually grab this one and the shade layer, and we're going to go auto heavy, grab you and grab you and put you guys in a warp deformer so long so that you two live together. And I don't have to worry about your existence. Now what I'm going to do is here by the this back shade, I'm just going to grab my body main, copy the ID, and paste that on there so that it only shows over that. And now if I do that, we should have that works. Okay, great. I'm not gonna bother with more than that for now. Okay. Let's first go through other things that need to get put on deformers. So I'm pretty sure that all of the hair stuff can go on auto deformers. Because this is not the sort of we're not going to be doing this sort of fine, ultra fine detail physics as what could potentially be requiring more precise placement of vertices. So for what we're going to do, the automatic placement is fine for these. And these also standard is fine. Standard is fine. Okay. Slowly but certainly making progress. Okay. Now the necklace chains, we're going to need to do these ones the kind of chaotic way. So I'm going to start with the chain front. I'm going to go in here. We're going to select everything and be rid of it all. And we're going to choose this, and we're going to go 3 in the length. And let's see. We put one of these on each pearl. We should pretty much have this covered. Mesh width, let's push that up a little, like that. Great. Okay. Now here, what we're going to do is we're going to grab those 4 and those 4, and we're going to copy them, chain back, delete that, paste those 4, like that, confirm, then here, link them up. Link those up. There we go. Now those all glue together nicely. Okay, body main. This should be okay with the standard deformation. Okay. Okay, now here, this is where we're going to start needing to be a bit more pedantic. So, face outline, we're going to start here. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to remove everything. Grab this thing. And the reason I'm starting with the line art layer for this is because if it's already bigger than the mesh that is going to go on top of this for the rest of the face, then it should behave a little bit better. Although I'm not actually gonna need those two, so confirm that. So from here, I'm gonna change this because that does not need to be. Or did I just do the very, very, very done? I think I just did the very, very, very done. Let's just finish the round. Confirm. Okay. Now I've got to come over here to about this one, I think. No? This one. Okay. And now we create a center line. and one line up on either side. And auto connect. Okay, now we go grab everything, copy it, go over here, select everything, delete it, and paste. Okay, so now we should be able to put those all of the things that appear on the face. We should now be able to put in a warp deformer. Create. Okay, now here we're going to edit, paste. Now, in this particular case, we're not going to need the interior, but we are going to need the exterior. Because this we're going to use to trim shadows for the hair. So pick one of these. Auto connect. Now, that's good enough. Hide. Okay. So now like that. And if I do anything, everything works and goes together. Does it? Yes, the lines go together with the face. Lovely. Okay. Oof. Coffee. Okay, next. Upper lashes. Okay, confirm. Get rid of the stuff in the middle that we don't need. Okay. Okay, then here. I'm learning so much about live today right now. Yeah. It's a little bit mad, isn't it? How the process actually works. Leak. And once again, this is not even full VTuber modeling. It looks complicated. It's a lot, but I would be hesitant to say that it is. I would say that it's still a lot simpler than 3D, in the sense that it's basically very, very fancy paper models. Like, very, very fancy paper dolls. So getting the actual individual parts to move is a lot easier. And you don't have particle simulations. You don't have particle simulations and fabric simulations. So that makes it a lot easier than 3D in that sense. That doesn't make it less work. It's not complicated, it's just not fast. Those two I'm going to put on little deformation because they really don't need to move much. The mouth I'm not even going to deform. The nose. Any deformation there is going to be so tiny, I can do that with it in its current aspect. Fair enough. Tedious? Yeah, it's a little bit of a tedious sort of a thing. It is definitely not for everyone to do this job. But depending on your mood, it's actually pretty chill. Okay, that was absolutely disgusting. What on earth did you do here? This side at least made some modicum of sense, mostly. Okay. Now these ones want to be heavy. Standard. Standard. Standard is good enough. Seems like it would be. I was debating on learning myself, and I was like, I would make something so janky. It's... Yeah, it's... Let's put it this way. I spent way too long on my first model that I made. Like, way too long. I did the same with my second model that I made. Way too long. Third model, way too long. But then again, I was also using those as major learning experiments, so they were very ambitious. So next one I do, I'm just not going to be quite so ambitious. I've already got her in the queue. The next one that I'm going to do. She's just waiting for when I have not got pressure and commissions in the queue. And then I'll work on her. I'll probably work on her on stream too. Probably. Yeah. My folks were very kind in assisting me with procuring the means to acquire a design by an artist whose designs I really love. That is going to be part of Harrier's Law. And I'm going to rig this character. That's the art when we did the adoptable. It was actually basically a ready-to-rig live 2D model. And if I can find the right person, it might be the beginnings of a group. We'll see. It all depends on if I can find the right person to entrust her with. Very exciting, yes. Like, ideally, I'd like to do something with another creative type person as well. but we'll see what happens. There's a lot that can happen in the next couple of months as far as that is concerned. If things progress to the point where I can actually take that leap, I will be very happy. But yeah, we'll see. Before then, I should probably look into, hey, is anyone willing to collab with me? And get to the point where I can actually do stuff that's not art on stream as well, because that opens the door to being able to do a lot more community stuff as well. Okay, so that's right, that's it. Okay, so I think the next thing that I need to do is put everything in appropriate deformers. So, let's start with that. Those are at the same level. They shouldn't be, but they will go into another one soon. So let's start with these two. Warp FH2. Create. Create. Warp FH1. Create. And create. Warp. Side here 1. Create. Create, warp, side here 2, create. I'd love to game with you sometime. Yay! We will find a gap. We will find a gap. Probably somewhere after Vol's birthday. Probably. I am trying to grab some of the common collabable games, but haven't grabbed quite a couple. Yes, we will look forward to it. That would be fun. Or HB1. There we go. Create. Create. Warp. HB2. Create. Create. Warp. HB3. Create. But yeah, there's so many of these popular collab games that I've actually just never played before. So, on one hand, I'd really love to do a thing, but on the other hand, it's like, oof, do I dare? Because there's also stuff that you do not open lobby. Which ones? Like, of what I have in my library, it's not a lot, but any of the team FPS games, you do not open lobby because that's breeding ground of toxicity. If you have not got a team that are tight with you, that you can handle each other's trash talk. I've not played Among Us or any of its clones. But I'm also slightly terrified of going into that one, because if you don't know what you're doing and you are with the sort of folk who in an open lobby decide, this person is just hovering around not doing anything, they get kicked, that person gets kicked out faster than what you can say your name backwards, you know? Among Us is so much fun. It looks like so much fun. It looks like so much fun. I just know that while I'm still figuring out what the buttons are, I will get voted out of the ship before I can even figure out what on earth is going on. So. That's why you play with friends? Yeah. I just have not had that opportunity yet. You must understand, all of my gaming friends are in other time zones, which means that when they are available to play these games, I should be asleep for 3 hours already. Hairline is gonna go in the face. Warp deformer. I'm looking forward to it. I am looking forward to it. Okay, so where's you? Warp. Side. Braid. Create. Okay, so let's go. You. Warp. Create. There we go. Now, all of those warp deformers are going to go into a rotation deformer, which is head rotation. Create. And you are going to go There. Now all of you should be in there. Great. So now I need to take everything else that should be in here, including earrings. And that should also all go inside our head rotation deformer. Okay. So now that should contain everything there. Great. A Citrina bobblehead. Hello, animal. Welcome in. I am going to pull out this warp 5, this HB5, because of... No, am I? Am I being done? Am I being the done? Possibly. What I'm going to do is I'm going to glue it to the shoulder. That's what I'm going to do. Okay, yes, that's what I'm going to do, is I'm going to glue that to the shoulder. So, here. Yes, cancel. Grab both of them. Edit. Bubblehead me! Yes! Okay. Okay, so I'm going to copy those. Paste those there. Copy. Paste. There we go. Ooh. Okay. So now, if I grab that, and that, and that, all together. Yeah? What was that? Chaos? What was that sound? Funky cat. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to grab you guys. That overlap. Yeah. Yeah, Chaos Cat. And we're going to bind. Okay. Now let's see if I zoom out, click off, choose that. This is going to be broken. Yes, it's broken. Okay. Try this again. and go into edit. Bind. Repeated density is too large. Bind. Okay. I will need to reassess that idea. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Chaos has awoken and is now on my lap. Better on my lap than on my desk. Hey. Yeah. Alright, so that's not flying how I wanted it to. I'll figure it out later. Save button is a good idea. And the coffee is gone. Again. Hey. Big sad. But it's fine. Saving. And let me think while it's doing that. How I'm going to handle phase number next. How am I going to handle phase number next? Because that's obviously not binding well to the shoulder, which explains why very, very few people have models where their hair actually sticks over their shoulder like it does in real life. This explains so much. Okay. Okay, let's start by going and creating a texture atlas. Let's make it really, really big. Because I do not want to have to fight with not being able to put anything in here. Are you kidding me? Everything is too big. Cancel. Yes. Okay. Nothing fits. Let's go for the absolute hugest one and see what we get right. Let's see what sticks. Okay. Let me just open the door for the cat because you're obviously asking for out. Yeah. Okay. It's still busy packing the texture atlas. Oh, right, because I drew this thing at 4K, that explains a lot. I drew this thing at 4K and I never shrunk it down to 1080p. That explains a lot. Whoops. Yeah, that explains a lot. Huh. Well, I'm not undoing anything now. Sabrina, you're getting your starting screen in 4K. Oh man. Eesh. The machine, she is struggling. Okay, almost done compiling. Almost done compiling. I hope. Things are just taking a small eternity. Very... Okay, maybe a less than small eternity. Oh boy. Okay. So if I go in here now, file, okay, everything is fine. Why have I got a message that I cannot dismiss? That's annoying. Oh, it's annoying to have a message that I cannot dismiss. Okay. Bind? Oh, now it binds. Sure. Now it binds. Okay. Okay, hold up, hold up. Ooh, that explains a lot. Okay. Copy. Paste contour. Edit. Paste. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now that is entirely behaving as it would. Now what I want to do is go pull everything that is eye related out of the direct face deformer. And just into the head rotation. So that should behave like... Okay. So I'm looking at... cancel, yes. Where is my body mesh? Yeah. So I want this to be more to green. Okay. And what did I stupidly click? Save. Oh. Which tool I've got selected, that's what I stupidly clicked. Okay. That might just be the beginnings of the smoke coming out of the ears. Maybe. All right. So now we select that thing again. There we go. Now we see that ain't it. So we go body here, grab that. Let's see what happens. Exactly what I don't want to, but I don't know what else I can do. Well, that angle of head tilt is actually okay, because that's pretty much the total degree of rotation that I'm going to use. So, I'm going to add okay, and that is gonna be the top one. So that amount of head rotation is all that we're gonna do. Great. And I still can't clear this error. Fine. Let's see. Let's hide that for a bit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add warp table light. Create. And this I'm going to auto standard heavy. Okay. And then that, what I'm going to do four of those. Yep. Because then I will be able to make the models wave around a little bit more independently of each other. Okay. And I'm going to do the same here. Auto, deform heavy. Create warp deformer, warp, power light, and this is going to be 4x4, create. So that should be able to go and lots and lots of little independent wobbles. Great. Now I'm going to need another rotation deformer, which is going to be the arm. So first things first, grab that hand, arm cuff, front ruffle, arm yellow lines. Create rotation deformer. Gonna call this arm rotation. Create. Move you there. So now all of that should be on like so. Okay. Okay, that'll do the trick. Okay, so this is gonna be there. This is gonna be there. There we go. But I am going to edit that parameter to be 20 to 20. No, 25 to 25. Just so that there's more frames for this thing to work with. And then we're going to go adjust. And that's going to be negative 25. That's going to be 25. Okay. Adjust. Now that'll have enough frames to work with. So we've got that rotation. We've got that rotation. Great. Hands are still going to need to go into deformer. Okay. This lot I'm going to put into warp body, create. Breath animation. Let's see. Okay. Hide those for a second. Not 100% happy with that, but we're getting there. This is honestly going really well put together. I love it. Yay! Eek. Yeah, I tried to put enough planning into this to make it work without too many hassles. But that is a little bit too much breathing. So we're going to go Control-Shift-C to copy that value, Control-Shift-V to paste that value, and try again, but more subtly. So I'm going to start by a little bit of lift there, tiny bit of lift there, tiny bit of lift there. Hide those. A little bit too much lift. Not happy with that breath. Control-Shift-V, I'm still not happy. So firstly and foremostly, this I'm gonna pull in there. actually clear all keyframes. Make our global adjustment. Make that 4. Five by 5. 3. 3. Okay. Breathe in. Okay, so I broke something. Hold up. I definitely broke something. Let me just undo all of those. Okay, now here. That's going to be 3. Okay, let's hide that for a second and just see. That is a much better breath. That is a much better breath. Much more subtle. Okay. Okay, file, save. Okay, saved. All right. Now, let me think. What can I do next? I'm going to enable physics on this animation. That's for darn sure, because otherwise a lot of what I'm going to be doing soon is not going to make sense. So, there's no ways I'm going to be animating all of this floof manually. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do let's grab everything for the eyes. And go create warp eyes container create. Okay, now this face deformer, we are going to now go on an angle X. I'm gonna add two keyframes. And on the negative keyframe, all right, that's that. And I'm going to just go edit parameter. Default is going to be 30. Angle Y. And do I actually even need an angle Y? I don't think I do. delete that entire parameter. Why? Because I've got the head rotation. So okay. So that's that. Then warp ice container. I need just to go control. Put that block on default. Control. Put that in line like so. Now I do not need 4 of those. 2 of those by 2 of those should be enough. Yes. Okay, so if I put this on angle X, and like that. Mostly. What's compressing most weirdly? This line is firstly and foremostly wrong. Okay. Then nose. Where is the nose section? That works. Okay, face. I don't know what that is, but it can go away. Okay. That also needs to go in a container. Create warp deformer, warp mouse, create. Slowly but certainly we're starting to get somewhere. Okay. So on the face warp, we're now going to grab you, pull you out. We're gonna want height 7. Okay, let's see. The head turn is starting to work. The head turn is starting to work. Oh, okay. Save button. This looks very well so far. Thank you. We're getting places. But I think it's time for a hydrate. Water time. Just quickly saving. The save button takes forever. The save button takes forever. Hey, and there we go. Okay, so This is now mostly there. What's not working is the hairline, which I don't believe has been put in its own deformer yet. Okay, so this is just not liking that yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to stitch that in there. And here, what we're going to do is we're going to grab that. And we're just going to pull that forward a little bit. And here we're going to go click off, grab that. And we're just going to pull that down a smidge. And that we're going to just pull back a smidge. Okay, so now that should behave a little bit better. Yes. I don't know why, but that song you just sang a second ago sounded like the Nintendo Famicom intro theme. That would be entirely coincidental because I have honestly never heard that theme in my life. I've never owned a Nintendo product. So, that is entirely coincidental. Okay, so it still needs a little bit of work. Yeah. Like that. You've never owned a Nintendo system? No. They've always been too expensive. And survival has always been more important than gaming. So, disclaimer, I live in a third world country. Everything is more expensive and we earn less. Hide you because I keep clicking you by accident. There we go, that is better. That's finally starting to look the part. There's new ways to play Nintendo games, for example, an emulator and download and stuff. Yeah, it's just I don't actually have time for a lot of gaming. I mean, I've got a whole Steam library full of games that I just don't play. Because I just don't have time for it. I can't validate spending time playing games if I can't put food on the table, you know? Keep the roof over the head. Okay, head turn is mostly working now. Right, so now we need to do this bunch need a warp deformer, warp PRT earring container, create. There we go. There we go. That's working. That's working. Okay. So then that create warp SBD earring container create. There we go. Now on that side it's going to be further back. Okay, we're starting to get there. We're starting to get there. Head rotation is working. So like that is one pose, like that is another pose. So now what we're going to do iris, pupil, eye shine, group, eyes, X, Y, create. So eyeball X, 1, 2, 3, all the way that way, just like that, all the way that way. Just like that. Okay. N eyeballs Y. Up. It's like that. Down. Just like that. Link those two. And edit. No, modeling, parameters, synthesize corners. Okay. Yay. And now I'm going to unlink and do the same here, where what I do is I just tweak these positions. Okay, and then here, same thing. Look up. And it would help if I had actually made sure that those all have parameters attached to them. So, like that, like that, like that, and like that, and down there, and there, and there, and there. Select all 4 of those. Modeling, parameters, synthesize corners. Okay. So now shine should not have any problem sticking somewhere where it's visible. Okay, great. So in my head up position, this should be about there. Let's see how that looks. Okay, we'll have a lot to mess with for the head turn on that animation. Great. That's going to give us a lot of flexibility. So now I can do Slera. Lashes. Warp deformer, call this one expression. Create. Okay. Now here, what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that this is 5, I think. Yes, 5, 6, 6, 6. Okay. So here we're going to lock that onto the smile. And in this position, these come up. Like that. Okay, and then on the eye open, we're going to start by taking these and going 1, 2. Actually, at 0.5, I want to actually have something anyway. Let's show that. Undo, 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 undo. Redo. Okay. Slara. Grab. Like so. At 0.5, that's gonna be something like that. Okay. Now to do the same on the other side. It's not quite halfway, and that's intentional. It's just basically to cause some automatic interpolation, basically. Okay, and then on this side, now what we're going to do is we're going to grab a lot of it. And we're going to squeeze it down real tight. But what I am going to do, actually, before I do any more on that, is I'm going to change how these things are mapped, because, oh my word, what on earth? Cancel. Yes. Auto. Little. The fewer vertices that need to be moved to get this job done, the better. Okay. This is really annoying. Okay, that's the beginnings of our blink. Great. Let's then mesh that with our lash low. And our lash up. Okay, and then now here, what we're going to do is we're going to go a little bit more drastic. Okay. Almost. Okay, this side. Almost there. Okay, next. Right, number next, you. Reside. Detail 3. This side. All right, that works. Great, 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 great. And lid lines. Opacity 0. There we go. Hide those for a second. That works. Okay. Only thing that still needs to happen is eyeshadow on here. Lash low, lash up, details. Okay, so now last thing that needs to happen is the lash out. And this is a compression. So that needs to come up. And that needs to come up. And that needs to come up. Okay, and on this side, same deal. Okay. We are just about there. Okay. The blinking works. And on the angle X, how does that look? Also decent. And with the smile. Okay, that's cute. Great. I should probably also add the eyeshadow to the smile expression. Like that. And like that. Okay, so now that works. That works. That works. Slowly but certainly, we are getting places. Slowly but certainly. That works. I'm going to delete the brow parameter because I'm not going to use the brow parameter. But on the eye open, I am going to put the brows a little bit. Gonna eke. There's my brush, nice and big. Okay. That gives us quite a bit to work with. That gives us quite a bit to work with. Great. Okay. Eek. But I think that's where I'm going to call it for the day because I've just looked at my clock and it's 20 to midnight. Save. But we've made good progress. We have made good progress. So I am a happy camper. Whew. That was a significant amount of progress, actually. I mean, we did not yet have artwork finished when we started. Now we've got a little bit of head rotation. We still need to do hair physics. Got head angle. We've got blinks. We've got a little bit of a smile expression that works. She can look around. Her arm moves. She breathes. This is a lot of parameters with which we can do quite a bit so already. So I've still got to do, let me write the list down for what needs to happen next in terms of parameters for Citrina. So we've still got to do hand X rotation or hand X movement. We've got to do finger X movement, hand Y movement, finger Y movement. We've got to do hair physics, ribbon physics, We've got to do the glass shine XY. We've got to do our lens flare. We've got to do our God rays. We've got to do foliage. We've got to do dapple lights. Is there anything else? No, then we've got everything that we need. Then we've got everything we need to animate this thing. Ooh. But we made a good progress. We are at least halfway there through setting up parameters. Which helps significantly. I will finish... No, what I'll do is I will, and let me write it here as well, hair shadows, because those need to get clipped to the appropriate body layers and face layers, and warped accordingly. This need, I'm going to just quickly clip down to, this needs to go onto to everything in the character folder. Yes. Okay. Table light needs to get clipped to the table. And that is additive. Okay. So that works. Okay. So I think that is me out of juice for the day. That is me out of brain juice for this day. But we got pretty far. I am actually plenty happy with what we managed to get right. I mean, she can look at her camera, she can look at her glass, she can look up at the trees. She can come back here, look at us. Smile a bit. Blink a couple of times. Yeah, we've got a lot that we can do here. So it's all coming together. But yes, that is it for this day, I think. I am out of juice. The brain juice, she is gone. Brain juice is gone. Schedule. Going forward, I was supposed to do a Quell stream today. But due to the very little sleep, that did not happen. So I'm probably, I don't know if I'm going to do a catch-up stream on that, but we'll see what happens. Today has been Tuesday. Tomorrow and Thursday I'm doing offline work on some other commissions. So I'm going to be continuing on work on the bar for Pessimistic Hype, and then also I'm working on the animation for Ashy/she. Yes, that is how her syllables are put together. So that is the game plan for that. Friday, I will be live again working on Ashy/she's stinger animation. And then on Saturday, by that time, I will have pudding for a brain, so I'm going to be brain rotting in Wuthering Waves for that day. And if you guys like, you can join me. I am so desperately far behind in that game in terms of story, and it's only just come out, so yeah, I think I'm scared to think of how far behind I actually am, but it's the sort of thing I can put aside an hour for once in 2 months, and I don't feel bad about it because it's free to play, and I don't spend money on gacha games because I'm too broke for that. So yes, I shall be doing some Wuthering Waves on Saturday. And yes, my house is loud tomorrow. So that's why I'm offline. And Thursdays are just chaos in my world at the moment. So for the next couple of weeks, Thursdays are still going to be a bit mad. The next 3 weeks after next week, after this week, my Thursdays are still going to be mad. So, well, predictably mad. Anyway, so for that, Thursdays are going to be offline, aside from our quell session, which is going to happen at Thursday at 13:30 UTC, because I think it's a good idea to have a quell session in a time zone which is more accessible to people in the Western Hemisphere. So, not a bad idea to have that one permanently bumped a little bit later in the day. But with that said, I am now tap flat, so I am going to wish you all a very, very pleasant rest of day. Rest well when you get to it. We shall see how the next while progresses. If the madness tomorrow is done by a reasonable hour, I might hop onto stream for a little bit. We shall see. I'm not going to make any promises. So yeah, we're on the grind, we're getting places. If you have liked what you have seen and would like to support me, please consider sending me a commission. You can see the commission information in the link on the top left corner of your screen and also in the video description, so please check that out if this tickles your fancy. I do a lot of things, so if any of this has vibed with you, please do consider checking me out or sending a referral to a friend who may have need of something that I have on offer. Also, you'll see that in the bottom right corner of the screen there is a goal. I am currently saving up for a replacement graphics tablet. I'm only counting money in the bank until such time as commissions are delivered. I do not count that cash, so Big things like this starting soon screen and the animation, the stinger animation, those are big projects. They generally take a little bit of capacity. So they are also something that I can't necessarily rely on as a get through the savings quick thing. So yes, just so that you guys are aware that that is a thing. As always, lurkers, you are MVPs. VOD Squad, I appreciate you too. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you to the ends of this earth and back. I don't mind if you decide for yourself that you would rather stay quiet and just enjoy having the occasional ramble and tabbing back and forth to see, hey, how far has it gotten while I was busy on my other stuff? I don't mind if that's how you are interacting with my streams, but if I can be some sort of comfort on the side as you go through your busy day, then I am a happy camper. So I am going to bid you all a good night, and until next time, cheery bye.